I summon thee! No, my sword! Stand clear! Eyes on me! Ring cutter!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Take this! Oz revealed! Animal hypostasis emulation! Power that ended Roston! Witness the power of Gugwa! Shadow Raven! Let night fall! Hold that pose! Smile! Let me weave you a book. Truth bomb! Say cheese!
Dead reckoning! Frost is coming! Pair! Frost is coming! Pair!
Witness the power of Gugwa!
Commencing cleanup! Getting gear! Frost is coming! Pair! Frost is coming! Getting gear! Frost is coming! Get in gear!
Rain outlines your fate.
Mind the side effects.
You're in for a little shock.
Let me weave you a...
You're in for a little shock. Surrender and be gentle.
Seems like an emergency. A bitter pill to swallow.
Come a little closer.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword. Rain outlines your fate.
Mind the side effects.
Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little shock. You're in.
Taking a turn for the better.
Let me weave you a verse.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Surrender and be gentle.
Strike a pose. Nice and spicy. Got a dash. Cut. Everybody stand back. You're toast. Time to shine. Come on out. Let my name echo in song! I'm going in! How dare you! Stop that! Teamwork is dreamwork! Time to shine! Shower me with the... How dare you! Come on out! I'm going in! You're toast! Nice and spicy! Let the world come alive!
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Time to go. Time to go.
Now for a little... Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed... Time for afternoon tea.
There are leaves.
Please, sign here.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry. Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke. Zip on up. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette said it.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back. By the way...
I believe today.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon... Oh yeah, Paimon... Then be sure to come back.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries.
Ah, so you do...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel... Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to...
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stand... Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. We should probably go... You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette?
I'm sure just your regards.
I believe...
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you.
Excuse me. Would you mind?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourself.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a... Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at... In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just...
Very...
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to...
All right. That should...
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede. And...
That's right. And we came here to see you. Do you have any idea what...
Judging from your description, a whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore...
Immersed in primordial seawater? But...
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. Paimon felt... We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Oh no. What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure... We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
I'm not young anymore.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg. How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Port.
Yes. As you can...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to...
Understood. I'll take over his...
All right. You'll... I'm sorry.
This...
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone... The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial... Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get... The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been... The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Pues... No one knows if this could happen again.
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And out she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a Of course, we should remain... Traveler, Paimon,
Huh? Right now?
thank you. Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in...
Right. That's... how...
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They were...
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping evacuate the resident, and...
What?
I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, The scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me.
How could Master... Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone...
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Hey, stop.
I'm quite serious.
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered.
Personally,
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I promised to let them rest in peace here. I'm sorry for letting you see me in
Paimon doesn't know how to help.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come. Malus and Silver have helped. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with...
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obana, Khan, Burnett, so...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. Malus and Silver were not the...
You're right. What you said just now was...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave?
Is everything...
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents... As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you very much.
Wait.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure...
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply... As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be...
Without your help, there would have been many...
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. As Paimon said, Malus... I've never liked hearing people put it that way.
You're right. I'm sorry for your... Water is life to Fontaine's people.
So, you're one who...
Of course. That is why I'm going... By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said you and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Merip. Indeed. Allow me to share the... During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruin. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may... My people initially came to prepare...
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine... Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest...
Oh! That somehow...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss...
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right. The ruin.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on!
Over here!
May knowledge guide you.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty...
Let's go in.
Just be careful. In the name of the Prinzessin!
Time to go. Fallen leaves, adorn my night! Into the wind.
This is order.
By royal decree!
Rain outlines your fate.
Time to go.
The floor here isn't safe.
No, my sword!
Wind strike.
This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help. Don't get by my wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this... That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to...
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for... Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Time to go. Time to go.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it...
That's quite possible. However, you...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my... This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no, I was just trying to recall what...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before...
We were headed to see...
Ah, right. Yes, I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you...
I've been great. Thanks to... They were knocking at my door day and night.
Sometimes force is...
That's right.
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would...
Ah, did you cultivate them?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time.
Oh?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. What? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat.
All right.
Typically, it wouldn't...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not, as all here know, you are Master Callus's. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us, not only you, but your butler, your subordinates.
Wait.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that we are one big family. All, therefore, this fair and honorable court shall
Huh? Everything you have said is correct.
Ah, well.
How what?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies. Please do not mistake her actions.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful... Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia...
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You! Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become in...
Do you mean to defy?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we...
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that...
My head...
Demoiselle!
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed off. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to... After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia.
Silence!
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day.
Our thanks, Miss...
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come...
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment. Perhaps were it not for their intervention,
Wait! Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids would...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some...
Huh? Why didn't you just say...
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days.
No way!
I see. Well, that is good.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Cedrine made him do that.
Thank you. I have indeed.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neverland. This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, right! Another one strikes the party! Let's get going now!
Dada Kundala.
Time to go.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
The wind knows me.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Oh, no, my sword! It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yeah.
I will have order.
By royal decree.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your...
Clouds high. The birds call. Wind strike.
Dada Kundala.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden...
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
potions in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot.
The surrounding walls also show...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason Dick...
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image?
And is that a ring of people?
The 4th image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at... This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it...
Still, Paimon feels like the...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the...
Egeria, then. I had never met her. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island and...
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
But who would have
It seems that any further clues will have to come...
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the...
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up.
Alright, we'll leave it in your...
I will be carefully considered.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you. All right.
Welcome back. We've got a
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi... Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What?
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass.
Still, we didn't expect to see you.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for... Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hat, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so... Nope. Although it is used by us in...
Wow! Imagine!
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take Astromancer Barbeloth.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great...
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but once she took me...
Talk about it.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontaine.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornmanport, and...
Oh, that's a good thing then. Oh.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the invitation was sent quite early on.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
A visionary? Sounds...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those. All right.
Thanks, Mona. You're a...
Oh, well, this is...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you!
Indeed, indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's any...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy get right. But we were able to recruit Mona's help. Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agree.
Time to go. Time to go.
You're here! Finally!
Is something...
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem...
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, look at this. This is a list of...
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't... But you found them in...
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been...
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky.
I don't.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known there are several indications that you have been This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. You have never been as superficial as you...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind, that's all I have to say. We do not Oh!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed! Seems Farina didn't even realize we were...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not... We may have to create a...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first hint?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid.
And here you are, drinking tea like it's the...
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about...
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, as for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh? How in...
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the...
Huh? Didn't you...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the...
I see. And what does my boss...
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Calm and steady. Exactly.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems, but I do have one more question. If we were to create a trap now...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey.
Kind, as always. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be
Wait, what?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that...
We had
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually... But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh. Time to go.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Paimon's never seen that.
Don't be frightened. I'm just...
Who's that?
Aw.
Wait. You...
The voice from the sky. Huh. You're feeling lost now. Consider me a passive. The prophecy. Yes, what has been
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspective are the things that you shall see.
What is she talking?
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your
The voice. It's... What? I'm on here. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's...
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this.
Did she have...
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very...
That's right! Paimon's glad...
Yes. About what we had discussed before. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand any...
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but perhaps it is something that... Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if...
You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Our names... Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others... My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends... So while the fortress's interior remains... Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, huh? Charlotte took so many awesome... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easy... Ugh, seriously? Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid... No, it's the same for eating in general. You...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can... I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake... It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here. Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming...
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk.
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say...
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear... If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be... From what I've seen, most people don't know. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparation.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine... No, Paimon should ask... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Feels like it'll grow mold, but it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only...
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermont?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. Not at all. Yes, inside the opera house.
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the opera house, and loudly accusing her of doing... And before she could respond, the crowd continued to grow.
So people have started to put the blame on...
I agree.
So what happened after that is Farina...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and the Marechaussee Phantom had...
So... You mean...
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur...
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know for... And as we also... When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais, it would be hard for her... Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the... Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but... In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come! This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm so... I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaning... Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's... Farina, you were
what do you mean, tear stain? Who did that uncivilized? They even dare to tout their archive. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just... that's against the rule.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with him! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick!
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine, I suppose, hey... No! I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer and...
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground...
Yeah, a quake of...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I once had informants all over to... I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back, but all my efforts... We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what... Give up. Indeed. I've... Fate. But just now... It all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this... A witness. Yes, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god.
May I interpret these words? As your in that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god. I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow, how utterly...
Lady Farina.
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again?
I raised my hands just now to indicate I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only ones to be But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true this time. Applaud and rejoice. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Also, please allow me to ask just how much work...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would... So, we arranged for a second group.
So, you mean... the ones who...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in...
That's right. That house was a magic box.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson was an Archon. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel.
So, in other words, the earthquake...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and also that as soon as I appeared on...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your As for you, Traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived. Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, then that means this document is a perfect... So in other words, we can refer to this, and let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following. This is the first time, Monsieur, a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single... According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. The words of someone as extraordinary as a wit.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervy. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my... Of course, it is only natural.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since. See? Even the Oratrice has decided. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was...
That doesn't sound... First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an but in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your...
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Lady Farina.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans can. For centuries, one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are—
Lady Farina, I believe while the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law, you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution.
I never—
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the—
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you instead of having been created by you,
the real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And you can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god be—
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able—
My power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern—
You don't need to—
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is—
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons— Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for—
Isn't that—
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their—
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse—
Hey, come now, everyone! I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really—
Did she deceive all of us? Enough! That's enough! Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence—
Wow, she came up with yet another argument!
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. Including those— So, Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the—
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed—
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontaine.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecutor.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate—
She's just staring at the water with—
What's going on?
Due to the inherent risk—
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin, if you're present, Miss—
Siege? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That's—
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was—
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't—
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else—
Yeah, so out of regard hard for Farina's life. You secured a... It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used for... I can't...
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon also, if I was really just a human, why would... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway any...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's two-stepped against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's...
No, the Oratrice...
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro ought to be punished via the...
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to is this sentence really appropriate?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil master.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also but now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time, but has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slate.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Huh? So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other... slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine... Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontaine... The third slate shows the Hydro... That reminds... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. We didn't believe that such a crazy...
We know from the case of the serial and the first stone slate, this might... It's not as simple as when Navia fell into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine. The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater. If we hadn't dealt with it in time,
they'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin... Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a... The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together... it now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating... That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera.
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throat. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information record. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians, and in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves expressed to the Hydro Archon. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's... She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they... Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard us. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all...
This really might be too much information for your regular...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are... A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanid. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded. Therefore, the meaning that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of... Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be...
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the...
Traveler, I would like to point out another about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fort... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed... It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a pact.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not We've already done everything we can. We've come so far.
Indeed. That's not how...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression.
You are not Farina.
The sweet sound of bewilderment.
Focalo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had the heavenly...
Deceiving the heaven...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. She knew full well that the prophecy, and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the... So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I had to outwit the heavenly principles. Allow the prophecy... I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's my... Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be...
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, all part of the plan, of course. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is...
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no... I cannot begin to fathom what...
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, it's been and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera.
Time to go.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. I am Focalor, the eyes of countless Fontaine. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Let me weave you a verse. Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Wait a moment. You're Mirror Me?
Mirror you.
Mirror Me.
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the water.
Oh.
What's going on?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world. I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffering, well, I will admit, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? If there were scales.
I suppose this would also be the justice.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its hydro-arc.
Play as...
That's right. You must begin a If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But
how will I do this? A human...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real... Being a human yourself, remember, your true child...
I'm still not... So, how...
To accomplish this, but I promise you, all...
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't— Ladies, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role. In truth, I know as the god Focalor, the god of just— Once again, thank you all for coming. This— I thought I might stammer, but—
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more—
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Right. Mirmi said that I just need— Calm down, Farina. Assertive, with a strong— Oh, very— Now, I was wondering if some weak pup— Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you may consider my previous act. Now then!
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were in some—
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow— My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation sins— No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to. The scales of justice should not weigh May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese. So long as I stand before the orator—
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic—
That's true, I fear I lack—
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duty.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say.
No need to thank me. All right. All right. Deoteru.
He's doing much better. You're such a—
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for—
I see. It's as I thought then. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand—
Really?
I'm—
Oh, is that so? The day is finally over. But it's good to see that everything's getting... Maybe this is fine.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports.
There'll be no need for...
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear Lord...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological...
Understood. Keep monitoring. I feel utterly...
Lady Farina, I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience... Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the water.
No wonder. No wonder.
So, and hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show I never imagined, have I? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this I've conducted. All I can do is keep heart.
Farina, you don't have... Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share. That's impossible.
But even if you're burdened, just share it with me.
A witness. And if to that is in its entirety... She's right. But if things don't play out as expected... No, Farina. You But what if... Farina, Is it such an outrageous... If you let this opportunity think about it long and hard... No, I have. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never...
Yes, it had to be done. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5... It seems that trusting
I believe that I understand how your deception... How would you build on this foundation to save the people?
Ah, good, good. Of course the Iudex of Fontaine has... I'm sure you've long sensed that...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human... It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine.
And then I became one with the oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, your understanding of this device... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to... Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only... I mean, my work over these last 500 years has been to constantly but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the vast majority had to be.
It was all a part of your plan.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontaine, but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor. The destruction of that divine throne, if I do not misunderstand.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro... Oh, what? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more. Oh,
all you've done throughout the years.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even... Hydro Dragon. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole... I, for my part, am the god of justice. And speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies. So, if the theft of the primordial seas, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, defying the prophecy and ensuring at this point, we, Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land,
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have you are, things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Codex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an exact the root of the calamities befalling Font. Come with me, Traveler. The... find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon power. We shall look for an opening. I can feel the sorrow turning into hostility.
Solidify!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. But continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Gather!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
No, my sword! Let me read you a verse.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point.
That power.
Paimon has an idea. From what it's just that he has the impression that she was.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my... All in all...
Miss Skirk?
The point be...
Well, being that this... So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's...
Oh, right. So his name is Sir Tologi.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So master isn't sufficiently famous.
The foul?
Still nothing? Well...
Ooh! That one we've heard! Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's...
Oh. So you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all... But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine Doctor.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fight. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely... In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting...
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here! All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Svina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in...
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on!
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially... But if you don't mind, could you...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple...
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be...
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here...
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about...
Forget it. I'm sure you...
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants...
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the... Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building...
Wow, you really do...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess, too. I asked Sigewinne...
That's a... very...
In truth, on Monsieur Neuvillette, I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
You're right.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you...
here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feel.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the—
Of course.
It's an honor to finally—
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to,
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her—
Sir, please don't say
but it looks like dear Mr. Jurier did not—
No,
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. The boat that brought about a miracle. Still, if I might have—
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get her—
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in—
Really? Well, then in that case—
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps—
Did you really have to use the— Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try—
Ah, see—
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Siegewing.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the—
Same old, as you can see.
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you two—
I see.
He sure did win them up.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fun.
Oh, actually—
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave the—
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working.
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around—
Trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this—
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I—
You sure are working hard to help Fremine social—
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future—
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come over—
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something. Father says that you did a great deal during the late—
that's all right. We were—
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave—
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his— Furthermore, Father did also lend—
That's true, but this is a gnosis where—
I would agree, but I've also heard that it's—
So there's some reason for this—
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real but back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the travel—
Are you going to take the note?
That is our duty as Harp. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place. Switching my masks is something I've always— Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie— The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take—
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving— I guess this must be All right, then. We'll be handing—
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neuvillette's doing?
Time to go.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neuvillette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering—
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remember. All right, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how—
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute... Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar, but so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to... In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally know...
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come... Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned we guessed that there might be some...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatu... So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Fossilor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the no-sees, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers then.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. And what ultimately?
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of... This blade. It is the last link I... have to the land of my birth.
Is it time for a magic show?
Time to go. Time to go.
Hey, Catherine! It's us! Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers. Actually, we do in fact have a rather...
don't worry about...
To put it simply, the request... But the troop has also been experiencing some... That's right. There are only a few days left until the
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience.
If you're interested in helping, maybe you can't fill the role yourselves.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a... Paimon approved... Hello there, are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two!
Wow, sounds like... but to answer your question, neither of us...
Ah, I see. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice. That's the thing. All our sets and props are very... If we had to wait...
Disband?
Oh, I guess the lady at the event... One last show. Nobody wants things to just... fizzle out. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since. The show just won't be the same without her. But forever...
Got it! We have a clearer picture now. What if we...
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... that she's really good at performing, and she was once super popular...
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her!
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed...
You're not wrong there. She has actually but even if she's no longer the Hydro, she's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including... Well, yet... Fair enough. I'm sure everyone in our troupe, of course. It all depends...
No point in stressing about that. Besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to...
Thank you for your help.
Wait, where does Farina actually live now?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Ooh! Wait...
I came over when things were starting to sound more... It is my duty to support...
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find... that there's anything wrong with this.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't an
Okay, when did Poppy get...
I was just out on a shopping trip. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to Not at all.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude. Questioning, it's not like I have a very... Besides, I'm sure I could master...
Ah, there it is.
Not yet, maybe, but... Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guesses at the...
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad. Yeah, exactly! Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help?
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very...
Oh? Well, if that... So tell me. I see. I knew... After all, I was once the... But... Given...
How come? It's...
True. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon. Centuries of pretending to be a different... Of course, that can't be undone now. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play and...
Paimon can understand, but... This is just a...
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm not going to perform.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else? Do you know any other actors who might be...
Nope.
Short and to the point.
I've never been great at since I'm just an ordinary person now. They'll probably just laugh in my face. True, but could you even blame them?
Well, is there anything else we can do?
Have I not made myself clear? So
it's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we try. Yeah, I guess that's all.
Toodaloo to you too.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking...
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know...
And that gives you the right...
Shortly after you left, excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for...
Sorry, I was just dealing with a...
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade...
I see. Well, you see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid.
Jeez, is Lady...
Only joking, calm down. So, despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for
Look, this is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares... So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it?
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I share everyone's desire to commemorate every one of us thinks of...
You're right. I'm sorry.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shop. All right, I'm coming. Hello, one and...
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
I was just... When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to it. And all before I even had a full... I'm sorry.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish. having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then to make matter... But in any case, it sounds like the...
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your...
There's no need to think like that. I was wondering, if the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe.
We all want to believe that. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our...
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder, as well as the
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what she rallied many people around her who were destitute, or people loved our performances back then.
And then
Yeah. After none of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to... It's agonizing.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. I suppose it's fair to say then that this...
Yes, exactly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross. I can, however, provide some, but only if you feel this is something that...
Oh, most definitely.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consult...
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask, and something I've begun to realize since my departure from the law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human. What about all the unresolved emotions of the part? An interesting answer. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director.
Still a fan of your old dramatic... You just want to get back in...
No. This is a...
The name's not Swine!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge... Alright, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
Time to go.
I'm sure it'll get resolved.
Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing?
Hello, all. Allow me to explain. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly.
You bet! That was the trial.
You helped bring our director's murderer to.
Oh, please don't mention.
So, you were saying
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front trying to realize this dream. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who she longed to live just like any other human. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world...
So far, so good.
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. And we need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But...
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life.
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use...
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to... The other is Villemont, who plays the... He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping...
What opportunity?
Maybe you're unaware, but...
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us looked...
I suspect the reason there, but one by one, all the obstacles...
Makes sense. Okay, he went back to Poisson a few days ago.
I thought the last thing his friend would want...
Yeah, maybe he could...
Poisson? Nothing. I suppose my present... So, allons-y.
If I remember correctly, this is where he's...
Who is it?
It's me.
You came all the way here.
All right. Forget that.
Nice try. Look, just give me some...
Okay, then.
So, as expected, he's missed the...
The ending is even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance...
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but...
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could...
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. Get over here, you! How oblivious...
How are things in Poisson now?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never...
I'm... sorry to...
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every... We all have painful memories. And if you're trying to make a new start...
Thank you for your words of comfort. But for now, at least,
It's okay. these things, which brings me to avoid upsetting the peace. I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends. I'm so grateful that Miss Nafia was so understanding. To be perfect, it's always easiest to just run away from your problems.
So that's what you...
Yeah. I'd be lying. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people. I guess...
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
What do you mean by that? You expected me to just keep running?
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rosula's ship?
Time to go.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted to relax.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company. I don't know whether you can tell, but as I stand here by the ship, one after another, they thought their god would protect them. And all the while, but then the floodwaters finally came. And
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely Fortunately, we were able to avoid. Everyone rose to the... But on some...
I would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Reward? I guess so. And back then, I didn't even... I was scared if someone recognized... Believe in the Farina, I had to keep all my feelings. That's what I really meant.
So that's where you were coming from. I'm on top.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. I do. I want at least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back.
Sure. Okay, let's head.
Follow the wind.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed...
Come on. Anyway, my character doesn't...
Are you kidding me right now? I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me.
Oh no, looks like... We're back! Could you maybe put your
You're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right?
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he...
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid.
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like, if you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and she kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really...
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I spent some years taking whatever work I could. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had she took me under her wing. Taught me.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in. I was a lost child too when she found me. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, one day, I got beaten.
Let me guess.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe.
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god.
Please, the honor.
Same here.
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Yes, the script, of course. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. She finds love and friendship in the bustle. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do... In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused...
Consciousness?
Water as a conscious entity.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water...
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to...
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to...
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater...
There's actually something else that... You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And if we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory... what about if... the little Oceanid is hounded to death...
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death. Both arbitrary. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point. But we looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found.
The director was the kindest soul in the world.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that?
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing.
Vilma? The one who's playing the...
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Because... Well, speaking of the
What?
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the end. I did tell her how I felt once. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her. Not that it came as a shock or anything. I said, maybe one day in the future, well, maybe then she could reconsider what and now, that day will never come.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending...
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Vilmont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Vilmont.
Are you ready to face...
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But funny you should ask, though.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone.
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to...
As if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a... wait...
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Farina in a fight before.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her...
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Arch. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie, indeed. Alas, I am forced to watch on helplessly as a more brave and seasoned adventurer than I swoops in to save the day.
Aw, too bad.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
Time to go.
Solidify!
By royal decree. Surprise!
Stable. Lies.
Cue the spotlight! Ship on them! Oz revealed!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
No rest. I will have order. Gather.
Wind strike!
By royal decree!
Stabilize.
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Farina do?
I can explain. We've been...
So, you think knowing the truth about the... If I open this can of worms now...
Viamont, unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's dead...
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Viamont. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame, but now... The little Oceanid cannot...
This is what... As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but we took on side jobs when we weren't performing. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge... It seemed like a win-win. So, I said yes to it on the spot without consulting. The drink in question was...
Isn't that the drink paddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was but she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. The merchant was furious. I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said, but things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I got Aurelie.
Hey, don't say...
You traitor! What do you mean? You were afraid? This was a life and... How could you...
Please, try not to get too worked.
Yeah, listen to him!
Stay calm? How can I stay And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of...
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back in my life. So I...
Get out of my sight! Go!
That's enough! You've screamed! Can you stop conflating the show on... You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay...
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the... But in her own life, her greatest desire was... What she wanted was to... I understand why you're...
Yeah.
So think hard about what that... If you really hate each other and can't reconcile... But you can't bring yourself to do that. What are you laughing at?
Sorry, I didn't... If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont...
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a...
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my...
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what real... The end of the story needs to focus back on O'Reilly herself.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind...
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would...
No.
Well...
Come, let's pay a visit to the...
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite a while now. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on stage.
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary. Looks like she kept a detailed If we'd had the chance to examine...
Lachey took so many lives.
I guess O'Reilly must have written... wait. It cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier. Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her. I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last... If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering.
Isn't that the most important line in the little...
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision. Even as she sat in silence, waiting for death to come. I'm sure this is what the troupe would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration. Let's go.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to...
Even in the last moments of her life.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible. We know what choice our little Oceanic... Well, Vilmont?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need...
Then it seems like we've
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them?
Don't underestimate my experience. After what, if you want to move the audience with your music and aren't human emotion, I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Then, let's not delay things any...
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. I'm just filling in for her. Besides, a role commemorate...
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that, I have no objection to it.
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay.
That place? Oh,
whoa, wait.
No, that's never going...
What are you afraid of? Sure.
No.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. It really is a dream come true.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Nerilette. I know just where to find him. Over here! Look at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too.
I would like to book the opera.
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see the story of the little Ocean. I will say, however, that I am surprised.
Huh? What did...
Yes. And this is...
At first, I just felt... In the past, we sat in our high chair. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new... Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist, Cleo, are all modeled. It would truly be a shame.
Haven't I already made myself clear? Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fun. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome.
Surprise! Good news, everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity, but we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly spectacular performance. A touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate now.
The sooner we can Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us! We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene a few days ago.
It's amazing! Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really...
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really value your input.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
Why does it have to be now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its star performer?
Miss Farina, I'd like to make a request of you.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. Why?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything's come full circle.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines?
It's her pure heart, despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in you.
Is she here yet?
When will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies et la cité
What about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté. Et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a...
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. It's too bad that I had to... Still, it felt good to...
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on!
Oh, so it was Farina after all.
She's back!
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down, don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis. I wasn't ready for this yet.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely, if nothing else, we can safely...
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more days of rest.
How did the performance go? Was it a success?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic!
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to...
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing, even though you couldn't see it through to the...
Well, I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never...
Blaming your bad luck again, are we?
Oh, don't you...
Aw, you two clearly...
I don't know what you're...
You mean we never stop arguing?
So, any plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire. You won't have to disband if you don't want to. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the Little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there. That would do wonders for your financial situation.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe our paths will cross again one day.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm...
You should do it. It suits you.
Oh, so now you finally got your... What about you, Miss Farina? Any future plans?
Well, frankly, I think you rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of...
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that maybe Neuvillette was... I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all. Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, but from now on, I want to watch them blossom and wither. I'm sure this is what...
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your... The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a
If a vision, then I should do my best